Hello friends! Today we are going to create a full-stack social media application using the latest versions of Next.js and MySQL. In the previous tutorial, we designed our pages and components, and in this tutorial, we'll handle the backend and fetch all this data from a database. To see the homepage, we have to log in first. Here, we can log in, reset the password, or create a new account. We can also use a social login. After the authentication, we can see the timeline that shows all the posts of our friends. We'll fetch the first 5 posts on the server component, so it's gonna load our page faster, and after we'll implement Next.js infinite scrolling, so when we scroll down, it's gonna fetch data on the client side. Let's create a new post. We can add an image or video. We can edit. After posting, we'll see it here without refreshing the page. Let's see the post page. Here we can write a comment. And each comment is also a post, just like in x.com. That means we can write nested comments and we can repost them. After that, I'll show you how to send real-time notifications using Socket.io. When we like, repost, or leave a comment, it will send a notification to that user. And for these buttons, we'll be using the new React useOptimistic hook and update the state immediately without waiting for the database response. Let's visit the user profile. We can see the user details and their posts, and we can follow the user. It's a great project to learn different technologies and build a complete full-stack web application. After completing our app, we'll deploy it using Hostinger. It's the hosting sponsor of the channel, and I build and deploy different applications every month using Hostinger. And for this project, we are going to be using VPS hosting. All these servers are super fast and offer generous resources, so you can deploy all your applications on a single server. And now there's a discount on Hostinger, but if you use the link in the description and use the Lama Dev coupon code here, you are going to get an extra discount. After purchasing, you are ready to set up your server. Choose your location. You can install any of these panels, but I prefer using Cloud Panel because it's really lightweight and easy to use. Let's add the panel password and the server password and finish the setup. It's gonna take around 5 minutes, and after that it will be ready to deploy our applications. So if you are ready, let's create our app and deploy it here. Okay. If you created a new folder, let's install the Next.js application that we built in the previous tutorial. In that tutorial, we designed our application using Tailwind, and now, using this design, we'll implement all the functionalities. To do that, I'll open my GitHub repository. You can find the link in the description, and if you remember, we have the completed version of this design. We are going to be using this branch. So I will come here, copy this link, open my terminal, and clone my repository. Git clone. We are going to be using the completed branch. So I will say single branch, the branch name. I will paste the link, dot, and enter. Okay, our files are here. Right now we can install our dependencies. npm install, and our application is ready to run. But there is something important here. In the previous tutorial, we designed our application, but also I showed how to optimize images, how to upload files. To do that, we used a library and we created an env file and added some variables here. If you didn't watch that tutorial, I highly recommend you watch it because it will help you better understand this second part. So I will directly copy and paste my variables And now I can start my application. By the way, don't worry about this warning. It's because of my Node version. So I will come here and start my application. npm run dev. Okay, our application runs on this port number. Let's see. Of course, I forgot to change this env file name. I will delete the example. And it's here. We have all the pages and the components. So right now, we can create our backend and fetch all this data from our database. Before starting, let me show you the main structure of our application. Firstly, I'll create here my Next.js application. Next app. And inside our application, we have the app router. And it includes our pages. Later, we'll also have the API route, but for now, let's just write the pages. And in our application, we also have the components. And in this tutorial, we are going to create our server actions. And using these actions, we'll be able to create, delete, or update our data. Of course, to do that, we are going to need a database. Let's create it here. In the previous tutorial's comments, people mostly ask for MySQL, so we'll be using MySQL for the database. But if you want to use another database provider, you can do it because to communicate with the database, we'll be using Prisma ORM. So it doesn't matter which database you are using, the syntax will be the same. When we want to fetch the data, we'll be using the pages and the server components. So we are going to make here the get requests. And when we want to mutate the data, we are going to be using the server actions. So it's going to be the post, update, and the delete requests. So we'll make all our requests using Prisma. It's going to connect to our database and make all the CRUD operations. It will send a query and get the answer from the database. What about the database tables and the relationships? Let's create our tables using this AI tool. I'm gonna select relationship and I will describe my database. Let's try. Okay, our database is here. Let's check what we have. Okay, this is what I exactly want to create. We are going to have the user table, all the fields here, post table. Of course, we are going to need more fields like post image and video. We are going to have the follows table that includes the follower and the following ID. We'll be able to like the posts using this table and save the posts. I'll also add here the parent post ID. I'll create one more field and the parent post ID. Because remember, we can create comments and each comment is a post. So we are going to be using this field for the comments and this field for the reposts. As you can see, all our relationships are one-to-many. Users can create multiple posts, follow multiple users, or they can like multiple posts. And it's pretty much all. If we need anything else, we are gonna add it when we create our database, and this is the main structure of our application. Later, we are gonna add here the authentication and the notification sections, but for now, it can stay like that. Let's create our database and fetch our data. So let's open the Prisma documentation. Get started. I will scroll down. Let's choose MySQL and let's see how to use it. We already have our application, so I'm just gonna install Prisma. Let's open our terminal again. I'm gonna create a new one. Let me close this menu. And I'll say npm install Prisma. And after that, we can initialize Prisma, npx prisma init. And right now, if you open your menu, you are gonna see a new folder here. And inside this folder, we have the schema. So we are gonna create all our tables and relationships using this schema. Let's delete here. And as you realize, our database URL is here inside the env file. It just created this database URL, but we are gonna change it. Let's delete here. I'm gonna delete this string. And right now we are gonna connect to MySQL. To do that, you can use any cloud services, but in this case you will have a limit and your connection will be slower. To prevent this, I recommend you use Docker, so you will be able to run your own database. You can run that database on your local server. You can deploy it wherever you want. For the beginners, Docker can be intimidating, but don't worry, it's really easy to use. We are just going to be using the desktop version of Docker, and you will see how easy to use it. If you don't have Docker, just visit docker.com and download for your desktop. It's completely free and user-friendly. After the installation, you are going to see this application, and only thing you should do is search for whatever you want to install. In the previous project, we used Postgres, but this time we are going to be using MySQL. And let's run the latest version of this MySQL image. I will say run. We can add some settings here. Let's give a name. I will say MySQL DB. It's gonna run on localhost. You can give here any specific port number. If you give 0, it's gonna generate a random port number. And here you can add your environment variables. So let's create our database, MySQL _ database. You can give any name you want. Let's say MyDB. I'm gonna add one more, and it's gonna be the password of this database. I'll say MySQL root password. And let's write here anything. Of course, it should be stronger. If you want to, you can create a database user and the user password, but we don't need that. We are just gonna use the root user. I'm gonna run. And it's ready. If you get back to the containers, you are gonna see that our container is running and it runs on this port number, localhost 55001. And right now we can update our URL. I will say MySQL, the username, which is root, the root password, which is the password we just created, and database URL, which is localhost, and the port number. And here I'm gonna add my database name. Remember, it's MyDB. Okay, I'm gonna save. And right now we can connect to our database. Let's scroll down. Next. As you can see, this is our connection string, username, password, the database URL, and the database name. And after that, we can create our tables and relationships and save them to our database. As you can see, this is how we create the tables. We just write here the table name, and inside we are adding the field names. For example, the post ID, post title, the description, and the others. And right next to them, we are going to write the types. For example, ID will be integer, created at will be a date, title should be a string, and as you realize, there's a question mark here, and that means this field is optional. You can leave it empty. And what about here? On the right side, we are going to add our rules. For example, we say ID, that means this field is the unique ID of this table. So when we try to find a specific post, we are going to be using this unique ID. And when you add a new post, it's going to increase this number by default. For the dates, by default, the date will be the current date. So when you create a post, you don't have to specify the date. It's going to automatically create. Updated at, when you make any changes, it's going to automatically update your date. You can give here any string limit. Again, by default, it's going to be false. Because its type is Boolean, you can give true or false. And finally, we are going to add the relationships. In this example, there is a user, and user can create multiple posts. But a post has a single user. It cannot belong to different users. So basically, the relationship is one-to-many. So we add here the posts field. It's an array. And in this array, it can be multiple posts. And here we have the user, and it should be a single user. And to connect these two tables, we are going to be using this relation. After creating the relation, we are going to check the field inside this table, and it's going to be this author ID. And the reference point of this ID will be the ID field inside the user table here. So this ID and this ID should be exactly the same. This is how we create relations. We are going to have a similar schema. Let's copy here and paste. I'll close this terminal. Let's delete this profile. And let's see what we are going to need. We are going to have the ID created at time, updated at. Instead of title, let's say description, it's going to be a string, but it's going to be optional. You can give here any limit. On X.com, it was 140 before, but they updated, I think it's much longer, so it can stay like that. Remember, in our application, we can add images or videos. So I'll say image is going to be a string. Again, it will be optional. I'll do the same thing for the video link. And remember, our images or videos can be sensitive. So I will say is sensitive, Boolean, and by default, it's going to be false. So if we don't pass any value, it's going to be false by default. We don't need them. And let's write our relations here. I'll say user and user ID. Let's update here. A single user can have multiple posts. Actually, I'm just gonna move this user here. And its ID will be string. So let's remove here. Because after the authentication, it's going to give a string, and we are going to store this here. But for the others, we are going to generate an integer and increase that number when we add a new item. Okay. As you can see, email should be unique. I'm going to create a username and display name, but it's going to be optional, and it doesn't have to be unique. Basically, this is going to be our display name, and here is going to be the username. And inside the user profile, remember, we have here the description, location. We can add here some more items like job and website. I will say relation here. I will say bio is going to be a string and optional. Let's say location, job, website, and what else? As you can see, we have the image and the cover picture. So let's say image and cover. They are going to be optional again. I'm going to save. And there's a warning here because remember, we changed our user ID type here. It's going to be string. Let's change. Okay. And that's all, I think. We have here the post, but as you realize, we can repost other users' posts. So on our profile page, we are going to show here a post, but it can belong to other users. And also, let's open this single post, scroll down, and we have some comments here. And again, the type of the comment will be post. Of course, if it's a comment, we are not going to show repost here. We are going to delete that. But anyway, basically, we are going to have three types of posts. A normal post, the reposted post, and the comment post. So I will come here and I'll say repost ID. It's going to be integer, but it will be optional because remember, it can be a normal post. But if we have a repost ID, we'll be able to see the original post. So I will say repost. Its type will be post again. And I'll write here my relation. Again, fields and references. And here is going to be repost ID. And the reference will be the post ID. And if you remember, when we create a relationship between two tables, we are also adding this relation. But since we are using exactly the same table, I should add it here also. So I'll say reposts. And it's going to be post array. And if you are creating a self relation just like that, you should add a relation name. So I will come here and let's say reposts. I will do the same thing here, relation and the relation name. Let's add here a comma and that's all. And what about comments? This time I'm going to add here the parent post ID. Again, it's going to be integer, parent post, its type will be post, and let's say comments. We are going to do exactly the same thing, and it's going to be post array. I'm going to write my relation. The relation name will be post comments, fields will be parent post ID, and the reference will be the ID. Let's write it here. Post comments. Right now, if there is a post ID, that means this post is a comment. So we can show them here, right under the original post. And what else? We can add here the likes. We can like and dislike the posts. To do that, I'm going to create a new table. Let's say like. Again, I'm going to create this ID created at time. And right now we can write our relationships. Firstly, we are going to add here our user ID. Remember, its type is string and the post ID integer. So basically each like has a user and post. And let's write our relation. Here is going to be ID, and here is going to be user ID. I'll do the same thing for the post. And here is going to be post ID. So let's add them inside the post and user tables. I'll say likes. It's going to be like model and array. I will do the same thing here. for the user. I will save. And what else? We can save the posts. When I click this button, I'll be able to save this post. So let's create another table. I'm just gonna copy this and paste here. It's gonna be saved posts. Again, integer created at user ID and post ID. It's gonna be exactly the same. So I will say saves, saved post, just like that. And finally, we can follow the users. When we click on this button, we are gonna follow. So let's come back and create a new table. And I'll say follow. Again, ID created at time. And this time I'm gonna change this relation. And basically we are gonna have two types of users. The first one will be follower and the second one will be following. So let's add our IDs here. Follower ID, string, following ID. I'll say follower. Its type will be user, relation, fields and reference. And one more, and it's gonna be following. I'm gonna add here follower ID and ID. I'll do exactly the same thing here, but this time the field will be following ID. Right now I can add my items inside the user table, followers, and the followings. And as you can see, there is a warning here because we are using exactly the same table name here. To prevent this, we should add here a specific name. Again, I'll say relation, and I'll write here the relation name, user followers. So I'm gonna add this here, user followers, and for this one, it's gonna be user followings. Just like that. Okay. There is no error. Right now we can add our tables to our database. Let's see how to do that. I'll open my documentation. To map our data to the database schema, we are going to be using Prisma Migrate, and we can add here any name we want. So whenever we make any changes inside our database, we can create a new migration and change the name. So using the migrations, we can switch between different schemas. So I will come here, open my terminal, and paste it here. The name will be init. Okay, there is a warning because as you can see, the provider is Postgres. Of course, it's gonna be MySQL. I'm gonna save. Let's try again. And perfect. If you open your menu and Prisma folder, you are gonna see that there is a migration folder and our migration is here, the initial one. I'm gonna click, and as you can see, all the SQL code is here. It creates the user table, adds all these fields, takes care of the unique IDs, primary and foreigner keys, relations. So you don't have to write SQL from scratch. And by default, as you can see, it adds this foreigner key. That means whenever we delete a user, it's also gonna delete the user post. Okay, awesome. So I'm gonna close here and let's see our database. I'm gonna close this menu and here I'll say npx prisma studio. Let's open this link. And as you can see, all our tables are here. So let's see how to add items inside the tables. I'll open the documentation. Next. And right now we are gonna need the Prisma Client. It basically allows us to create, update, and delete our items inside the database tables. I'm gonna close this studio. npm install Prisma Client. And after that, let's see how to write a query. We are going to initialize the Prisma client, and using that client, we'll be able to write our queries. The Prisma client, the table name, and the query key here. For example, find many. So if we write this query, it's going to return all the users inside this table. But instead of defining this Prisma client again and again, let's write it somewhere in common and use it whenever we want. Inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new file and let's say prisma.ts. Let's import our client, Prisma Client, from Prisma Client. Right now we can initialize Prisma Client and export, but there is something important here. When you do that, whenever your application reloads, it's going to create a new client. And since our Next.js application reloads all the time, it's going to create tons of different Prisma clients. To prevent this, we are going to make some changes here. Let's say database connections. As you can see, this is what we should actually do, but frameworks like Next.js support hot reloading when we change files, and it causes additional instances of Prisma Client. To prevent this, we are going to be using this code. Basically, we are going to store the Prisma Client as a global variable, and if it already exists, we are going to be using that client. If not, we are going to create a new one. If we are on the production, it's just going to create one client. We don't have to worry about that. But for the development mode, Next.js is going to hot reload our application. In this case, we should use only one client. Just like that. Don't worry about this code. You can just copy and paste. And right now, we can use this client everywhere. Okay. I'm going to create here a new tab and run my studio npx Prisma Studio. Let's see. I'll open the user table and create a new item. Let's say user 1. Actually, let's say test user. Oh, what's this name? We don't need this name. I'm gonna delete this. So I'm gonna close here. Remember, we have the initial migration. This time I'll say delete username. And I'm gonna run my studio again. If I refresh, user, and this time, as you can see, my changes applied here. There is no name. Okay, others can stay. I'm gonna save. And our user is here. Let's try to fetch. Remember how we are doing this. Prisma client, the table name, and the query. I will open my home page, for example. It's just a test. And I can use here async function because it's a server component. And I'll say users. I'll import Prisma. Remember, it comes from the Prisma file. And as you can see, all our tables are here. I'm gonna choose user, find many. Of course, it's an async function, so I'll say await. And let's console log our users. I'm gonna save. Refresh my home page. And as you can see, there is an array, and inside we have the user. Our Docker container is working. And if I say delete, for example, I should add here the condition, and it's gonna be delete the user which has this user ID. So I'll say where the ID equals test. I'm gonna save. Let's see our studio. I'm gonna refresh, and as you can see, user is not here anymore. Okay, this is how it works. Right now, we can add here some test items, but instead of doing this one by one, we are gonna be using Prisma seed. Let's see how to do that. Seeding. As you can see, we are gonna add this command inside the package.json. Let's open up and edit here. And we are gonna need TS node. Let's install quickly. And after that, we are gonna need our example seed. As you can see, we are gonna create a seed file, and inside we are gonna add some items using the Prisma Client. But there is something important here. If you are using Next.js, you should set up your seed just like that. I'm gonna change this string. Okay. And let's create this file inside the Prisma folder. I'm just gonna copy and paste. Don't waste time. As you can see, I'm just creating 5 users from 1 to 5, some items inside. And using those users, I'm creating some posts, some follows, post likes, comments, reposts, and saved posts. But there's something wrong here. Let's see. I'm gonna close here. Saved posts. Because I said post, it's gonna be posts. And that's all, I think. Let's try. I'm gonna save. Let's close them. And let's try. By the way, I'm gonna delete here. I'll open my terminal, close this menu. Actually, let's get rid of this one, and I'll say npx prisma db seed. Okay, awesome. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna open a new terminal here. Open my studio so it can run here, and we can see our other terminals here. I'm gonna refresh, and as you can see, our examples are here. Okay, awesome. So right now we can fetch our data. You already know how to do that. I'm gonna open my feed component. If you remember, we have some examples here. Instead of those posts, I can say async, and I will say const posts, await Prisma Client, the table name, and find many. And right now, I can map through my posts array, and for each post, we can return a post component. Actually, let's create here a div, because we are gonna need a unique key, and it's gonna be post.id. Let's delete this class name, and wrap our post, just like that. So right now it's going to return 75 posts. Let's see, I'm going to save. I'm going to zoom out 100%. And right now, as you can see, we have 75 posts. Of course, we are going to filter our items because on the home page, we are going to see all the posts that belong to us and our friends. But before, let's take care of the authentication. Let's create the authentication, and after that, we'll be able to create new users and login. And when we create a new user, we should also add it to our database. To do that, we are going to be using Webhooks. Basically, we'll create an API route using Next.js App Router. We'll have the API endpoint, let's say Webhooks. And whenever we create, update, or delete a user, it will make an API request and update the user in the database. Let's write our events, create, update, and delete the user. And remember, this is a social media application. If we are not logged in, we are not supposed to see the home page. So we need to protect our routes. To do that, we are going to be using Next.js middleware. It's going to check the authentication. If the user is not logged in, it's going to redirect them to the login page. For the authentication, we'll be using Clerk because it's the easiest way to implement authentication. We can easily create our users, sign in with password or social logins, send the verification codes, and you don't have to worry about the security, cookies, tokens. It handles everything. And you'll have 10,000 active users for free every month, and this number is more than enough for our application. If you don't have a Clerk account, you can find the link in the description. After creating an account, you can see your dashboard. These are the previous applications. Let's create a new one. I'll say X. We can sign in with email, username. You can choose any social option here. On X.com, there are Google and Apple, so let's leave it like that. We are going to be using Next.js. Let's install Clerk. I'll open my terminal. And inside the env file, we are going to add the public and secret keys. Let's open env, just like that. After that, we are going to create a Next.js middleware. If you are using the source folder, create this file inside the source. If not, use the root folder. I'll open my menu. Inside the source folder, I'll create middleware.ts. Let's close here and copy this code. Don't worry about this middleware for now. After creating our sign in and sign up pages, I'm gonna explain everything. I'm gonna close here. And after that, we are gonna wrap our application with this Clerk provider. Let's open our layout and use it here. I'm gonna import Clerk Next.js. And that's all. Right now we can create our sign in and sign up pages. Let's scroll down. As you can see in the app folder, we are gonna create the sign in page. I'm gonna copy this. Just like that. Let's create a component. I'll say sign in page. And you can use this sign in component. We are going to change here. We are going to create our custom sign in page. But for now, for the test purpose, let's import And I will do exactly the same thing for the sign up page. Let's change the name. It's gonna be sign up page. And this time we are gonna call the sign up component. Let's see. I'll say sign in. And as you can see, the Clerk component is here. And now we can take care of the middleware. Let's see the documentation. I'm gonna scroll down. And here we can protect our routes using Clerk middleware. So if you have any protected route, you can define it using create route matcher. And using this protect method, you can protect your routes. Basically, middleware is gonna intercept our requests and it's gonna check whether we are logged in or not. If we are not logged in, and if the route is protected, it's gonna run this function and will be redirected to sign in page automatically. Right now, we don't have any protected routes. We can see every pages. But on X.com, to see pages, we have to be authenticated first. Otherwise, we cannot see our timeline. To do that, let's create our first protected route. I will open my middleware again. And I will say is protected route, create route matcher. And I'm gonna pass here my route. And it's gonna be the home page. And right now, using Clerk middleware, we can protect this route. I'm gonna delete here, and I'm gonna write my rule here. I'll say export default, middleware. We'll be able to reach the auth and the user request. And we are gonna check our route. If the user request comes from the protected route, I will say await auth.protect. I'm gonna save. And right now, if I refresh the page, as you can see, it shows this Clerk page, but we already have the sign in and sign up pages. We can write them here. Sign in URL will be sign in, and the sign up URL. I'm gonna add here a comma, and let's see right now, localhost 3000, and as you can see, it opens the sign in page. So if we are not authenticated, we won't be able to see the home page. But right now, instead of using this Clerk component, we can create our custom page. Let's see x.com. As you can see, it shows the sign-in page. It's full screen. We have a logo here. And on the right side, we are going to create our custom buttons. Let's do that. But we have to make some changes here. Because remember, inside our layout, we are using these left and right bars. I'm going to open my layout. Here, the left and the right bar. But for the sign in and sign up pages, we should use different layouts. We shouldn't see them. So what we can do here, we can create a group inside the app route. I'm going to create a folder. And let's say port, for example. And I'm going to move all my items here. And the home page. And this layout. And it's going to be port layout. And I'm going to create a new layout inside the app directory. Oops, it's going to be tsx. I'm going to paste my code again. This time, this is going to be app layout. And we don't need this model. We don't need any of these. We are just gonna have the children. And inside the board layout, we don't need this HTML and body. Let's close them. And see our application. And right now, we don't see the left and right bars. Let's open the user profile. Of course, we don't need this global CSS here. Or any of these. Okay, so let's create our custom sign-in page. I will open my documentation again. And on this menu, I'm gonna find the Clerk elements. As you can see, you can design your custom sign-in and sign-up pages. Let's install. And let's see how to use it. We already have our page here. But right now, instead of the sign-in component, we are going to be using this root component. And inside, we are going to be using our inputs, buttons, error texts. Let's scroll down. Inside this root, we can create our sign-in steps. For example, at the beginning, we can show only email input. In the next step, we can verify our password. And we can also add the social logins, as you can see. Clerk connection, and we are going to pass here the provider name like Google, Apple, and we can create our buttons. Actually, let's design our page first, and after we are going to add the items. I'm going to close everything, open my sign-in page. And firstly, I'm going to delete this, and I will say H screen. It's going to be full screen. Flexbox, item center. I'm going to separate my items. And let's give a padding here. And remember, we have two sections, the logo and the form. I'm going to add here my logo. Let me just copy and paste. It's an SVG, just like that. And we are going to create our form here. Okay. But for the mobile screens, we can hide this logo. We can just see our form. So I will say at the beginning, it's going to be hidden. If it's LG, it's going to be flex. It's going to be the half of the screen. And let's center this. Align item center, justify center. And again, at the beginning, it's going to be width full. If it's LG, it's going to be the half of the screen. And let's separate our items, flex column, and gap between each item will be 4. Of course, it's going to be width. Okay, let's create our title. Let's remember again. We are going to have this title, this second title, and after our form here, we'll have two social buttons. And instead of this create account, we can directly show our inputs. So inside this form, I'll say h1. I'll add my class name here. Text will be 2x large. It's going to be for the mobile screen. If it's bigger, the text will be bigger. For the MD screen, it's going to be 6x large, and the font will be bold. Just like that. Let's create the second one. Join today. And it's going to be 2x large. Okay. So let's create our root. Sign in dot root And inside, I'm going to create my first social button, Clerk.connection. Let's import them, by the way. As you can see, Clerk comes from elements common and sign-in comes from element sign-in. By the way, our page will be a client component. And I'm going to pass here my social provider. And its name will be Google. And inside, I'm going to add my icon and this text. Let's do this quickly. I don't want to waste time here. I will just paste my SVG here and sign in with Google. Let's give a class name. Background will be white. Rounded will be full. I'm going to give some padding. Text will be black. Let's give a specific width. And I'm going to separate my items. Item center, justify center. And separate them using gap. Okay, awesome. Let's do the same thing for the Apple button. By the way, it can be bold. I'm going to create one more. And it's going to be Apple. And I'm going to change this SVG. Again, I will copy and paste. Okay. When I click here, it's going to open the Google login. And we can choose our account and login. Okay, it works. And after them, we can create our inputs. Let's say login with credentials. And I'm going to start my first step. Remember, signin.step. And it's going to be start. Let's see how to create inputs. As you can see, we are going to be using Clerk field. And inside, we can add any label, our input. And if there's an error, we are going to show it here. Let's paste it. But I'm going to change this class name. It's going to be flags column, and gap between items. And instead of this label, I can show a placeholder. Let's say john@gmail.com. And again, I'm going to change the style. I'm going to give padding. Rounded will be full. Text will be black. And again, the size. Just like that. And I can decrease this font size on the placeholder. Text will be small. Okay. And if there's an error, we are going to see it here, and its color will be red. Let's say 300, and text will be small again. And right now, we can add here our first action. I will say sign in dot action, and I will say continue. It's going to be a submit button. I'm going to give margin top. Text will be small. We can give underline. Let's center this and change the color. Text center. And its color will be our blue color. Just like that. So when we click on this button, we are going to see the second step. So I'm going to duplicate this, and this is going to be verifications, because we are going to verify our user using the password. Let's see. After this step, verification step, we are going to create sign-in strategy and wrap this input. We are going to verify our user using password, and the name will be password. I can say password. Again, error text, this button. But here we can create one more action, and it will be forgot password. To do that, we are going to create this action. And when we click on this component, it's going to show the forgot passwords tab. So I will come here. Actually, I can create here a div. And create one more action. I'll say navigate, forgot password. It's not gonna be blue. Let's see, if I write any text here and continue, you are gonna see our error because this email or username is not in the database. To see the next step, we should be registered first. For the test purpose, let's create a user. I'll open my dashboard, users, and create user. Let's create anything. Username and password will be the same. Okay, let's change here. Okay, let's use it. And as you can see, the next step is here. Let's fix this div. I'm gonna give a gap. Okay, and right now if I click here, it's gonna show different step. And remember, the step name will be forgot password. Let's see how to do that. I'm gonna scroll down. As you can see, our step is here, forgot password. Just like that. We don't need this title. Let's give our class name quickly. Text will be small. And for this text, let's say span. I'm gonna add underline. And the text color will be our blue color. For this go back link, again, underline. And right now, when I click on this link, we are going to show this strategy, reset password email code, and it's here. So basically, we are going to show here the email input. User is going to enter the email, click this continue button. So let's paste it inside this previous step. Of course, it should end here. And I'm gonna paste it here. Let's delete this title. Change this p tag. Text will be small and margin bottom. Again, I'm gonna change my input. Flex column. And gap 2. I'm gonna delete this label. And I'm gonna change the style. It's gonna be exactly the same style. Let's copy this. And paste. And for this error. Okay. Let's change this button. Just like that. Let's see. I'll say forgot password. As you can see, I can go back or reset my password. And it's gonna show this component. We sent a code to user email. Let's give a placeholder. I'll say verification code. And finally, if the verification code is correct, we'll be able to reset our password. Let's scroll down. And this is our last step. Reset password. We are going to show here two inputs and we'll be able to change the password. So after this step, I'm going to add a new one. Reset your password. And after that, I'm gonna add here a button that we can open the sign up page. If we don't have an account, we can create a new user. So I will say, or sign up. Firstly, I'm gonna create a div that includes our span, and I will say or. Its color will be text gray light, just like that. But I'm gonna add a line on the left and right. The text will be on the middle. Height will be 1 pixel. I'm gonna give a background, border gray. I'm gonna create one more. Of course, it should fit inside this parent div. I'm gonna give my size, item center, and gap between items. Let's say 4. Of course, flexbox. Okay, we cannot see our lines because there is no size. Let's say flex grow. Okay. Right now we can add our link here. And I will say create account. And it's gonna open our sign up page. Let's give a style. Firstly, the background will be our blue color. Rounded will be full. I'm gonna give some padding. Text will be white. Font bold. I'm gonna give my size, and finally, text will be center. Okay. What else? We can add those items. I'm gonna copy here. After this link, I'm gonna create a p tag and paste them here. I'll say class name. I'm gonna give the size, and the text will be XML. Of course, we don't have any link, but we can change the color. Here, I'll say span. And the text will be icon blue. Let's do the same thing for this privacy. And cookie. Okay, awesome. There's a typo here. Let's fix. And when I click here, it's gonna open the sign up page. And we'll do exactly the same thing here. Of course, we are gonna make some changes. So let's copy everything here. Open the sign up page. I'm gonna change the component name. This time we are gonna be using the sign up component. Let's change here. Again, we are gonna be using Google and Apple buttons. Actually, we can move this tab here. And it's gonna be sign up step. Okay. Actually, let's delete everything here. Just like that. I'm gonna change this link here. It's gonna be sign in. Already have an account. Okay, right now I'm gonna add my inputs. Let's separate them first. Flags column, and gap. Okay. After those items, those buttons, I'm gonna create a div. I will do exactly the same thing here. And inside, I'm gonna add my fields. Firstly, let's say sign up with credentials. I'm gonna add my first field. It's gonna be username, email, and finally password. we are doing exactly the same thing here. The field inside we are going to have the input and the error. Only difference is we are changing the names. The first one will be username, second one will be email address, and the third one will be password. And finally, we can check whether it's a bot or a normal user. And our last action. Again, we are going to create the same button and its type will be submit. Just like that. After entering our credentials and clicking this button, it's going to send a verification code. So let's come back. And I'm going to create a next step. And its name will be verifications. Sign up strategy. Name will be email code. Again, I'll say check your email. Let's say text small, margin bottom. And I can create my field. Its name will be code. I'm going to separate my input and the error text. Remember how we are doing this. And input here. I'll say placeholder, verification code. Let's change the style, exactly the same style. And finally, the error. Let me just copy and paste. And after this field, finally, we can add our action. It's going to be submit action, and the text will be verify. Let's see. At gmail.com, password, and sign up. As you can see, we are going to check the user here, and it sends the verification code. I'm just going to quickly check my email. Actually, I can show it here. Okay, as you can see, this is our application name, and it sends this verification code. If I verify, it's going to redirect us to home page. So right now we are authenticated. If you check your dashboard, I'm going to refresh. As you can see, our account is here. Let's delete this and try to use the Google button. I'm going to refresh. As you can see, we are not authenticated anymore. Create account. I'm going to change the name of the social buttons. It's going to be sign up. Okay, let's try. Okay, it shows the next step because remember, we should choose a username. Let's see here, the sign up flow. Our social connection is here. We have the verification. And I'm going to add this step. As you can see, we can choose any username. Again, I'm going to remove this label. Let's quickly add this class name here for the input. And I'm going to give placeholder username. Okay, let's take care of this. User from Google. And perfect. Let's come back. Refresh. Okay, awesome, it works. So right now, I can take this user ID and change one of these users. This first one, for example, I will say username John and the display name. Okay, others can stay. I'm gonna save. So right now we can fetch data using this user ID. We have some posts. As you can see, they have changed. And we have some likes, some following and follower users. So everything is ready to test. And after that, I'm gonna show you how to add users to the database after creating a user on Clerk. But for now, let's try to fetch the posts. I will come here, close everything, and open our feed component. Right now, I'm gonna make here some changes because we are not gonna fetch all the posts. We are gonna fetch the posts from our followings and our own posts. Current user and the followings. But there is something important here, because for the home page, we are gonna fetch our posts and friends' posts. But remember, we have also the user profile page, and we are using here the same component. In this case, we should fetch all the posts belong to this user. To do that, we are gonna need the user ID. So let's get this as a prop. I'll say user profile ID. And its type will be a string. Of course, it's gonna be optional because if we are on the home page, we are not gonna have any ID. So right now we can write our condition. I'll say where, and let's define our condition here. I'll say where condition. And if the user profile ID exists, that means we are on the profile page. In this case, the user ID of the post will be user profile ID. Otherwise, we are on the home page and we are gonna fetch the posts from the current user and the following users. To do that, firstly, we should fetch all the followings of the current user and get all the IDs of followings. After that, we can do exactly the same thing. The user ID should be every single following user IDs. So again, I'll say user ID, and it should be inside this array, and it's gonna include all the following IDs and also our user ID. To do that, we should get our user ID. I'll say const user ID, and we are gonna be using Clerk Auth function. Of course, it's async, so I'll say await, and I'm gonna pass it here. And right now, I'm gonna get all the following IDs. I'm gonna be using this structure and get my followings, prisma.follow, find many. Let's remember our schema. I'm gonna move it here. As you can see, we have the follower ID and the following ID. We are looking for all the followings, so I'm gonna pass here my user ID. Let's say where follower ID will be our current user ID. Of course, we should make sure that our user ID exists. If there is no user ID, I'll say return. So it's gonna return all the users But we don't have to fetch all the details, so I'll say select. It's just gonna return the following ID. Before doing this, let's see what it's gonna return. I'm gonna copy here. Let's comment this out. I will say followings and console log. I'll open my console, and as you can see, our array is here. We have two followings, user 2 and 3. But remember, we are gonna need here only user IDs. So let's get rid of this. So if I say only IDs, followings array, map, and for each item, return the following ID. And this time, it's just gonna return all the user IDs. And this is what we want. So let's do the same thing here. I'll say map, for each user, return their IDs. Right now, I can write my condition here. And let's see our posts. Let me expand here. And as you can see, the user ID is user 2. This is our ID, user 3, 2. But remember, inside posts, we also have the comments, but we don't want to fetch them. To prevent this, I'll say the parent post ID, and it's gonna be null. Let's remember again. Here is our relation. If there's a parent post ID, that means it's a comment, but we don't want to fetch any comment. I can do the same thing for the first condition. And I can use my posts again. I will refresh. Okay. Let's see the profile page. Okay, it's still the same because we didn't pass our user ID. Let's open our profile page, username and page. And here we have the feed component, but we are not passing the user profile ID. To do that, firstly, we need to fetch the user. Let's do this quickly. I'll say const user, await Prisma, the user table. I'll say find first or unique because we are gonna fetch only one user. Where, and the username should be this username. If you are using Next.js, it's really easy to reach this value. Only thing you should do is write here params. And remember, it includes our username and its type will be string. And I can use it here. The username will be params.username. After fetching this single user, we can use its ID here. And of course, if there is no user, we can return the not found page. And that comes from Next navigation. As you can see, 404. Remember, our username is user1. Oh, sorry, we changed here. So I will say John. And awesome. Let's see our console. Right now, all the posts belong to our user ID. Okay, awesome, it works. But as you realize, it fetches all the posts, but what I want to do is, at the beginning, I want to fetch only 10 posts, and after, only when I scroll down, it's gonna load the new posts. To do that, we are gonna need infinite scrolling. And since infinite scrolling uses our browser, we cannot fetch all the posts on the server components. If you want to, you can directly use a client component and fetch your posts, but let's fetch first 10 items on the server component. In this case, our application is going to return first 10 items immediately. But after, if we scroll down, we are going to be using a client component. To do that, I will come here, close this page, and create a new component. And let's say infinite feed. I will say use client, and again, it can be either the home page or the profile page. So I will check my user ID again. If there is user profile ID, that means we are on the user profile page. Of course, it's going to be optional. And after, we are going to fetch our data on the client side. To do that, we cannot use Prisma because it should be on the server. Instead, what we can do here is we can create an API route and make a request on our client component. To do that, inside the app router, I'm going to create a new folder, and it's going to be API, and the endpoint will be posts. And inside this folder, let's create our route. This is how we create API routes. Let's check actually. I'm going to open Next.js documentation, routing, and route handlers. I'm going to zoom in. As you can see, this is how we define our API routes. Inside the app folder, we should create the API folder and the route file. After that, we are going to make a GET request. And again, we are going to fetch our posts. We are going to do exactly the same thing. I'll copy here and paste. We can use Clerk Auth inside our API routes. I'm going to import Prisma. And what about this profile ID? Basically, when we request to our API route, localhost 3000, API posts, and I can send the user ID using this search param, any ID here. So how I'm going to use this key? It's really easy. We are going to be using our request, and I'll say const search params request dot next URL. Okay, it's not here because the request type will be next request. Okay, it's here, and I'll say search params. So I can reach my value using this key. So I will say const user profile ID, search params, get, and the key name, which is user. And finally, we can return our posts, return Next.js response, and posts. Let's make this request. To do that, you can use the useEffect hook, but it's not recommended anymore. Instead, you should use a fetching library. I highly recommend you use React Query. Let me make this dark and zoom in. It's one of the most popular React libraries that allows us to make fetching, caching, and updating the state. It's really easy to use. Let's install first. You probably already know how to use it, but anyway, let's check the documentation. I'm gonna come back, open my console, and install my library. Firstly, we should wrap our application with this provider, but since it's fetching data on the client side, our component should be a client component. To do that, you can change your app layout, but in this case, everything inside this app layout will be a client-side component. To prevent this, let's create a new folder here inside the source folder. I'll say providers and query provider. It's gonna be a layout. So let's copy here and paste. Of course, we are not gonna need any of these. I'll say query provider. It's gonna be a client component. And I'm gonna wrap the children with this provider. And we are gonna pass here the query client. Let's define first. And after, wrap the children. I'm gonna import just like that. Right now we can use this provider in the layout. Query provider. Just like that. Okay. Right now we are ready to use React Query. Before using the infinite scroll, let's try to fetch our data. As you can see, we are going to be using this hook, pass here a unique ID, and write here the query function. And this function will be our fetching function. Let's try and you are going to understand better. I'll say const post use query. Query key will be, let's say, posts. And the query function will be, let's say, fetch posts. Let's create fetch posts. It's going to be an async function. We are going to be using JavaScript fetch function. I'll say response await fetch. And we are going to pass here our API endpoint. So I will say localhost 3000 API. And remember, we have the endpoint here, posts. And after that, we can return response.json. Let's see. I'm going to use it here right after our posts. Let's open our console. As you can see, our component is here, and inside we have the data is error, is loading. So we can use them here. Data is fetching, is error, and use our posts here. This is how we fetch data using React Query library. But instead of this use query hook, we are going to be using use infinite query hook here. So we don't need this anymore. This time it's going to return the data. If there is an error, it's going to return the error. We can see our fetching status. If it's pending, we can show here a loading component. And also it returns us has next page and fetch next page. So basically at the beginning, we are going to fetch first 10 posts on the server side. And after using our infinite feed component, we are going to fetch the next 10 posts. And at the end of the page, we are going to fetch the next 10 posts. When we create, you are going to understand better. For now, just follow my steps. So I will come here on the server page. I'm going to fetch the first 10 posts. To do that, I will say take 10 posts. Actually, let's make this 3 for now, so we can see better. After that, it's going to be 10. And I will say skip 0. That means it's going to return the first 3 items. We can also write here order by, and the created add date will be descending. So we are going to see the latest posts. Let's see. As you can see, we have 3 items. And after that, we are going to be using our infinite feed component and fetch the next 3 items. To do that, I'll open my route. And I'm going to get one more item from the search params. And it's going to be the page number. Let's say cursor. Post limit is going to be 3, and I'm going to use them here. Take 3 items, which is limit, and we are going to skip the page number -1. Let me close this menu. Multiply by limit. Of course, it's a string. Let's transform this. If the page number is 2, here is going to be 1 multiplied by 3. So we are going to skip the first 3 items and show the next 3. If the number is 3, here is going to be 2 multiplied by 3 is going to be 6. In this case, we are going to skip first 2 pages and get the next 3 items. This is how it works. But if you are using infinite scroll hook, we should also send the total number of the posts. This is how we can know if there is more posts or not. So I will come here and say const the total number, await Prisma post table, and count. And again, I'm going to write my where condition here. And let's decide if we have more posts or not. So I will say const has more. Again, number page, multiply by limit, and it should be smaller than the total posts. So let's say we have 30 posts. If the page number is 10, here is going to be 28. That means we still have more posts. But if it's 11, here is going to be 30. It's not smaller than the total post number. That means here is going to be false. Let's return this also. I'm going to save and let's use it here. This time I'm going to change my query function because we are going to send our profile ID and the cursor number, which is the page number. So I will get the page param. At the beginning it's going to be 2 because remember, we are fetching first 3 items on the server side. And we are going to call our function and pass here the page param. And also, if there is user profile ID, we are going to send it. Let's take them. It's going to be a number and user profile ID. And let's use them here. I will say cursor is going to be page param and also the user ID here. Okay. I'm going to pass here initial page param is going to be the second page. And finally, get next page param. And we will get the last page and pages. And we are going to write here a condition. I'll say if last page has more item, has more, remember, we are sending this boolean here. In this case, we are going to check the length and increase this number. But remember, we are starting from the second page. So I will say +2. And if we don't have any more page, I'll say undefined. Let's write our conditions here. If there's an error, return a text. And one more. And it's going to be if status equals pending, we are going to return, let's just say loading. And if everything is okay, we'll be able to see our data. Let's see. I'm gonna come here, refresh my page. Let's see. The user is undefined, but remember, if you use search params, it returns a string. So this is not undefined, this is string undefined. So I will say if it doesn't equal undefined, I'm gonna refresh. Okay, it's still the same. User ID should be a string. And of course, I should cover this operation, otherwise it's going to return -1. Let's try again. Okay, there is no problem. If I open my console, you will see that we have the page params, which is 2, and inside pages, we have one page, and it includes our posts, and has more is true. Okay, right now let's use it here. We are gonna show our posts, but before I want to install a library, and it's gonna allow us to fetch new posts when we scroll down. So I'm gonna come here and say npm install React Infinite Scroll component. And inside my component, let's import Infinite Scroll from React Infinite Scroll component. Let's use it here. I'm gonna close this. And instead of this div, I'm gonna return my component. And inside, I'm gonna pass my data length, which is the post number. But before doing this, I want to make some changes here because remember, this data is returning only one page. Inside pages, we have only one page, and inside this page, we are gonna have the posts. But what I want to do is, I want to join all my pages here. So I will say const all posts. If there is a data and pages, use flat map, take each page and return the posts. And if there is no data, it's going to return an empty array. I'm doing this because when we scroll down, I want to keep seeing the previous posts. Otherwise, it's going to delete our previous data and show only one page. To prevent this, I'm going to show all my posts. So I will say all posts dot length. I'll say next function, and it's going to call this fetch next page function. Has more. We are going to pass here has next page. If it's true, we can write here any loader. When it's loading, you can show here any progress bar or just a text. So let's say h1 posts are loading. And if there is no more post, we are going to show end message again. I'll say h1 all posts loaded. And inside, finally, we can show our posts. I'll say map. For each post, we are going to return our post component. Let's import. I'm going to give a unique key here, post.id. Let's see. Okay, async await cannot be used on the client components. Okay, this is not async. Maybe this post component. Oh, because remember, in the previous tutorial, we tried to fetch our media, and since we are using this component in the client component, we won't be able to use async here. Right now, we have 3 posts, and after the other posts. As you can see, when I scroll down, it returns more items. I will come here and let's say post from server, and I'm gonna make this operation a little bit slower. So let's say upromise resolve. I'll say set timeout resolve, and let's say 3 seconds. So for each request, it's gonna wait 3 seconds so we can see better here. I'm gonna refresh my page. As you can see, from server, 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 and after we are gonna see our infinite scroll component. When I scroll down, it's gonna wait 3 seconds, and after the other 3 items. Okay, there are a lot of posts. Let's comment this out and see the end of the component. And as you can see, all posts loaded. This is how infinite scrolling works. When I write all these fields, it can be a little bit confusing, but if you check the documentation of the component and React query, you are gonna see that it's really easy to create infinite scrolling. Just open the documentation and play around the React query hooks. And after creating a couple of projects, you are gonna understand everything better. You just need to make some practice. Okay. Right now, let's use the post data on the post component. I'm gonna delete here. We have here the type, and also we are gonna get the post. And its type will be the post table type that comes from Prisma Client. But since we are using here exactly the same name, let's change here. I'll say as post type, and I'm gonna use it here. We don't need this for now, and let's use our information here. I'm gonna change this description. It's gonna be post.description. We can change this date. It's gonna be created at date, but remember, it's a timestamp. If you want to show the date just like this, you can install a library called timeago.js. And right now, I'm gonna be using its format function and pass here post.createdAtDate. Let's import this. Import format from timeago.js. I'm gonna save. And what about this image? I can get rid of here. And I'll say if there is an image, show this component, image component, and write here the link, post.image. Okay, it says there is no created at because we didn't pass our post here. Just like that, and I will do the same thing on this component. Just like that. And they are here. And we can change here. As you can see, if the post is repost, we can show this div. I'm gonna close this console. And here, I'm gonna write my condition. I will say if the post is a repost, that means it has a repost ID. We are gonna show this span, but there is something important here. We don't have the user information. We don't have the username, we don't have this image, this handle name. To prevent this, we should also fetch the user of this post. So instead of this type, let's define our own type here. I'll say post with details. It's gonna include the post type, but also we are gonna add here our user, but we are not gonna fetch all the user information. Instead, we are just gonna need this avatar, display name, and the username. display name, which is a string. Of course, here is going to be single and username, again string, and image. But remember, it can be null. Right now I can use it here, and now I can use the username, post user, and let's say display name. And I will do the same thing for the other fields. For example, we have here the avatar. Actually, let's say if user has an image, call this div component, and write here the image string. Here is going to be the display name, and here is going to be the username. And right now, when we fetch data, we should also fetch the user information. So after this where condition, I will say include and the user field. But remember, we are not getting all the information. We are just going to select display name, username, and the user image. I will do exactly the same thing in the route. And perfect. As you can see, username and display name. By the way, we should get rid of this icon, and we still see this image. Because remember, we have two types of posts. So I should do exactly the same thing here. If post user image, show it here. And I'm going to change here. I'm just going to cut this and paste here. It's going to be this post type. Just like that. Okay, right now we don't have any user image. Actually, instead of this condition here, I will say post user image. If it doesn't exist, use here general no avatar.png. Let's do the same thing here and get rid of this. Right now we can open our library, and inside this folder I'm gonna add my image. I'll also add my no cover picture, no avatar png, no cover png. Okay. Right now I'm gonna refresh, and it's here. Let's get rid of this text. Okay, there is something wrong here. Because remember, display name can be null. Okay. But there is something important here. When we repost a post, we shouldn't see here our post. Instead, we should see the original post from this user one. What I mean by that? Let's open our schema again. If you remember, inside the post, we have the repost, and its type is post again. So if the post is reposted, we are not going to show here the reposted post. Instead, we are going to show the original one. To do that, again, I'm going to add one more item here, and it's going to be repost. And again, we should also need the user information. So I will say include and the user information. Let's do the same thing here. And change our type. And I'll say repost. Of course, it's gonna be optional. It doesn't have to be repost. And again, its type will be the post type, but it's gonna include the user information again. So I can write here a condition. original post, post.repost. Of course, it should be under our component. If it doesn't exist, that means it's already the original post, so we are not going to change anything. Right now, let's change them. Just like that. And of course, this reposted will be the post, not original post. And this time, as you can see, we reposted this post, but we can see here the original post. Okay, this is what we want. And what else we are going to add here? We are going to add these numbers, the comment, repost, and like numbers. So let's do exactly the same thing. We are going to add here our numbers. Before, let me show you how to do that. I'm going to include one more thing, and it's going to be count. And we are going to select the post likes, reposts, and comments. Basically, it's not going to fetch all the information. Instead, it's going to return the total number of the likes, reposts, and comments. Let's do the same thing here and change our type. I'll say underscore count. Likes is going to be a number. Reposts again. And finally, comments. Right now, I can use it on my interaction component. Remember, we have the post interactions. So I will say count and pass it here. Let's use it. It will include the likes, reposts, and comments. So let's use those numbers. The first one will be comments, reposts, and likes. As you can see, they are here, it works. But right now we should check if we already reposted or liked this post. Let's see here. Likes. As you can see, we like this post, which is our own post, post1 by user1. As you can see, this is our user ID. So after the implementation, the like component of that post will be red. Okay, here. But it's still 0 because we used here post count. It's going to be original post count. And of course, I should use exactly the same type here. Just like that. In this case, when we fetch the repost, again, we should include this count. I know it's a little bit confusing, but this is happening because we are using exactly the same type inside the post. But believe me, this is the easiest way. If you want to, you can create a new table called reposts. But in this case, you should also have to fetch all the reposts and join them with the original posts and order them by created at date. It's gonna be much longer. Let's see our post here. Okay. So right now, let's see if we already like this post or not. To do that, again, I'm gonna include one more thing. And it's gonna be the post likes. And this array should include our user ID. So I'm gonna write here a condition. And the user ID should be our current user ID. Remember, it's here. And we don't need to get all the like information. Instead, we are just going to select the ID. If it exists, that means we already like this post. And again, I should do the same thing for the repost. And here. Let's close here, by the way. Okay. And let's add our type. Let's add it here first. Likes, which includes an ID. It's going to be a number. And it's going to be an array. And I will do the same thing here. So let's pass this to our interaction component. I'll say is liked. And it's going to be original post. And if there's an ID inside, so I will say length. I'm doing this because if it's not empty, that means our user ID is inside this likes array. That means we already like this post. Let's get this as a prop. Is liked. It's gonna be boolean. And let's find our like icon here. And I'm gonna change this class name. I'm gonna be using backtick and change this color. I will say if it's liked, the color will be icon pink. If it's not, it's gonna be gray. I'll do the same thing for this text. I'll say if it's liked, the text will be icon pink. If it's not, it's gonna be gray. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna scroll down, and as you can see, post 1 by user 1. And we already like this post. So let's do exactly the same thing for the repost. I'll say reposts, and it will include our user ID. Just like that, and again, is reposted. Let's use it also. I'm gonna save. Is reposted. Let's change our color. Repost is here. Again, I'm gonna change my class name. If it's reposted, I'm gonna change the color. It's gonna be icon green. If not, it's gonna be text gray. And for this text here, text will be icon green. If it's not, text will be text gray. And as you can see, we already reposted this post. We can see it here. And one more thing, this saved button, if you already saved, its color will be blue. You already know how to do this. It can look complicated, but we are doing exactly the same thing again and again. Saves. And here. I'm gonna change my type here. I'm gonna pass my prop. Is saved. And let's use it on our component. Okay, let's use it right now. This is the save button. I'm gonna change the class name. I'll say if it's saved, I'm gonna fill and its color will be blue. If it's not, it's gonna be gray. And that's all. Before taking care of the data mutation, let's take care of the user page. Of course, we should change this link. And here is gonna be post.username. User.username. Of course, it's gonna be original post. Let's come back and click here and perfect. Let's do the same thing here. We are gonna fetch the user information. I will open my menu, find my page, username and page. We already have the user here, but again, we are gonna need some additional information. Firstly, we are gonna need follower and following numbers. And here we have a button. If we already follow this user, it's gonna be followed. If not, it's gonna be follow. So we are gonna check if the followers of this user includes our user ID. Let's come here. I'll say include. Again, I'll say count. And I'll say select. Followers will be true. And followings will be true. What else we are gonna add? We are gonna check our user ID inside these user followers. So I will say followings. Let me close this menu. I will write my condition here. And the follower ID will be our user ID. Let's get our user ID. Await auth. Just like that. Of course, if user ID doesn't exist, we are not gonna return. So I will say undefined. And let's use our user information here. User.displayName. User.cover. If it doesn't exist, remember our URL. General nocover.png. I will do the same thing for the image, for the avatar here. This time it's gonna be no avatar. Let's change here. User.displayName. User.username. Here is gonna be bio. Location. But remember, those are not required. So I will write a condition here if it exists, or this one. And here is gonna be user.createdAt. Oh, we don't have the created at date. Let's add this here and update our schema. So I will say npx prisma migrate, and the name will be add user dates. Of course, I will say migrate dev. So again, I will say npx prisma db seed. And right now, I can use created at but I want to see here only the month and year. So I'm going to be using toString. And I'm going to do this inside a new date. And I will say to local date string, you can write the location. And I will say the month will be long and the year will be numeric. So it's going to show us the month and the year. And by the way, we are going to need our user ID again. So I will come here, console log user, actually the user ID. I'm going to move this here, open my console, and add my user ID again. Let's change here again. Okay, I'm gonna save. Right now we are gonna see our user, and awesome. Our date is here. Let's see our counter, followers and followings. I will close this console, and here, user.count.followers. And here is gonna be followings. And what about this button? It's here. Actually, let's create a new component for this because our component is a server component, but we are going to need a user interaction here. So inside the components, I'm going to create a new file, and let's say follow button. It's going to be a client component. We are going to need the user ID. And also, we are going to check if we already followed this user or not. So let's say is followed. And it's going to be Boolean. Okay, let's use it here. By the way, I'm going to use my button here. Right now I can delete and use my component. And the user ID will be user.id, and is followed will be user.followings.length. Of course, we are going to see this button only if the user ID exists, the current user ID. And let's write our condition here. If it's followed, I'll say unfollow. If it's not, follow. Okay, let's see who are we following. We are following user 2 and 3. Let's write user 2. And as you can see, unfollow. User 3, perfect. But if I say 4, it's gonna be follow. Okay, it works. Finally, let's fetch this data. After that, we are gonna learn data mutation. I'm gonna open my recommendations. Again, it's gonna be an async component, const friend recommendations, await Prisma. We are going to search for users. I will say find many. If you want to, you can fetch 3 random items here. But what I want to do is I want to fetch all my followings, all my friends, and try to find the friends of my friends. What I mean by that. Firstly, I'm going to get my user ID. Clerk Auth. if there is no user ID, we are not going to see this component, so I will say return. And after that, we are going to get all the following's IDs. So I will say await Prisma follow table. I will say find many and write my condition here. And I'm going to search for follower ID, and it's going to be my ID. And we are going to need only IDs, so I will say select and following ID. Let's get all the IDs. Const followed user IDs. I'm going to be using map. Remember why we are doing this, because it returns an array that includes this object, but we are just going to need the value. So I will say map for each item inside. We are going to return following ID. So right now we are going to find users that followed by one of these users. So I will say where again. Firstly, I'm going to eliminate my own ID and my friend's ID. So I will say ID. It's not going to be my ID. And also, it's not going to be inside this array because we are already following them. But we are going to check the followings. We are going to be using some. And follower ID will be inside this array. We are going to take 3 items, and we are just going to need this image, display name, and the username. So I will say select. Of course, we are also going to need the user ID, because when we click on this button, we are going to follow display name, username, and the image. Okay, let's use this here. I can delete these 2 items. Friend recommendations.map. And for each recommendation, let's say person, and drop this component. I'm going to add a unique key. Let's remove here, by the way. It's going to be person.id. I'm going to write the condition person.image. If it doesn't exist, general folder, no avatar.png. Here is going to be the display name, or let's say username because it's not required. Here is going to be person.displayname. If it doesn't exist, person.username. Here is going to be our username. Perfect. We have 5 users. We already follow user 2 and 3. And user 1 is our own account. So it's going to recommend only user 4 and 5. Okay, it works. So right now you know how to fetch data, how to make advanced Prisma queries. Right now we are ready to take care of the mutation. We'll be able to add a new post comment. We'll be able to repost, like and save, and follow users. Let's see a single post. By the way, we didn't fetch the single post. Let's fetch quickly and fix this username. Here is going to be original post, user, and username. Okay, right now let's open our status page. I'll open my menu, status and page. Quickly, let's write here async const post await Prisma post table. I will say find first because it's going to be a single post. I will close this menu, and right now we are going to get this post ID and this username. Remember, our dynamic page name is username, and inside we have the post ID. Let's get them. Params, and it includes our username and the post ID. But if you are using params, you should add here promise, and its type will be username and post ID. Just like that. So I'll say const post ID await params dot post ID. Let's fetch it. I will say where the post ID will be number post ID. If you use params, it returns a string. So it's going to be a number. And I'm going to write the other details. And it's going to be exactly the same here. So let's copy this and paste here. I'm going to get the user ID. I'll say if there is no user ID, return. And if there is no post, we are going to return not found. Okay. Let's pass this here. Actually, we don't need this repost. It's already the original post. Okay, there is no error. Let's see. Of course, we didn't change this number. Let's open our post component, and here is gonna be original post.id. Let's see again. Okay, there's an error here because remember, inside the single post page, we have the comments and it includes also posts. Let's see right now. I'm gonna click and perfect. And what about comments? Let's also fetch our comments. So I will come here and say comments. And remember, each comment is a post. So we should fetch all the post information again, like the counts, is liked, is saved. So I will say includes and all the details here. So let's pass our comments here. Post.comments. We'll also need this user ID and the post ID because when we add a new post, we are gonna refetch our original post. So I will say post ID and the username. Okay, let's take them. Comments, post ID, and username. Let's create our type here quickly. Comment with details. Again, it's going to be post type. Remember, that comes from Prisma Client. And additionally, we are going to add here the user, which has the display name, username, and the image. Of course, it's going to be a type. And again, we are going to get the count, likes, reposts, and comments. And finally, we are going to check if we like this post. Remember how we are doing this. I will do the same thing for the reposts. And saves. Let's use this here. Post ID will be a string. Sorry, it's a number, but the username is a string. Let's call our post. Firstly, I will say comments array map, and for each comment, I'm gonna create a div because I want to give my unique key here. Comment.id, of course, single comment here, and we are gonna call our post. Let's remove the others. There is an error here because comments is not an array. Let's fix this and pass here our post. And the type will be comment. Let's see. Okay, it's here. Right now, after the authentication, we are going to add our user to database. Let's come back. There's a problem here because display name can be null, but here we set string. Let's fix. Okay, so let's close everything and let's see how to add user to database. To do that, we are going to be using Clerk webhooks. Let's open the documentation. I can close the others. And I'm going to search for webhooks. So basically, we are going to create an API endpoint, and whenever we create, update, or delete a user on Clerk, we are going to make an API request to our endpoint, and we are going to add that user to database. When we start, you are going to understand better. Firstly, I'm going to come here and create a new API endpoint. I'll say webhooks, Clerk, and route. And we are going to add this endpoint on our dashboard. Let's click here, find the webhooks here, and we are going to add our API endpoint. But there is something important here. You cannot use localhost. It has to be a domain. To do that, we are going to be using ngrok. It basically allows us to use a domain for our local applications. If you haven't installed before, just click here and download. And after that, you are going to need to create a free account. Using that account, you should log in. And after that, you are ready to run your application. So I'm going to copy here, open my terminal, and I'm going to write here the port number of my application, which is 3000. I will enter. And as you can see, this is our URL. Let's copy this and paste here. Visit website. And our application is here. Right now we can use our endpoint. Remember, it was API, webhooks, and Clerk. So let's copy this and add it to our endpoint URL here. Right now we are going to subscribe to events. As I said, whenever we create, delete, or update a user, we are going to make a request to this endpoint. So I'm going to select all of them and create. So let's see what's next. We already added our endpoint. And we are going to add our webhook secret to env file. Let's open up. I'll say sign-in secret. And let's see it on our dashboard here. I'm going to copy and paste it here. This is important because if you create an API endpoint, everybody can make a request, but using this secret will be make sure that the request comes from Clerk. But how we are going to verify? Let's see. I'm going to scroll down. As you can see, Clerk uses Wix to deliver webhooks. So let's install. I'll open my console and install. And after that, we are going to be using this code. Basically, we are going to make a post request. Firstly, we are going to check if the secret key exists or not. If not, we are going to throw an error. After that, we are going to create a Wix instance using our secret key. And when Clerk makes a request, it's going to send these headers. And using these headers and our secret key, we are going to verify the request. If everything is okay, that means the request comes from Clerk. If not, we are going to return an error. Finally, we can take care of the events, creating, deleting, or updating users. So let's copy here. I'm going to save. Let's close here and paste. So let's come here and let's create our user. But before, let's test it. I'm going to click here, select user created. If everything is okay, we are going to see the user information here. It's going to send this test account. I'm going to send. And as you can see, it's successful. Let's open our console. Scroll down. And as you can see, event type is user created. Let me close this menu, by the way. And the payload includes our user information. So using this information, we can create a new user on our database. Let's do that. I will come here and I will say if event type equals user created, let's use try catch. If there is any error, we are going to return an error. Let's copy this and paste. Status will be 500. Failed to create a user. And we can console log here. And using Prisma, let's add this user to database. I'll say await Prisma, the user table, and I will say create. And we are going to pass here our data. Firstly, we are going to add the user ID. It's going to be event data.id, but we already have here. So let's leave it like that. We are going to add the username that comes from this body. So I will say JSON parse. We are going to pass here the body data.username. We are going to add the email. Let's see it again. As you can see, there is an array here, email addresses, and inside we are going to be using this email address. I will get the first item and email address. We don't need to add anything else. By the way, it says it can be undefined. Event data.id. Oh, okay. Let's close here. and let's test it. Let's see our Prisma Studio. I'm gonna refresh, open my user. Let's test again. I'm gonna create a new user. Send the example. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, it's not here. Let's check this body. I will comment this out for now. Let's send it again. Open our console. Okay, user is here. Oh, username is null. Here. Of course, it cannot be null. So instead of this test, let's use our application directly. So let's delete our user. I'm gonna be using my Google account again. Create account. You can use credentials, but this is easier. But before, of course, let's create our user here. I will click, use my Google account. Let's choose a username. Hello from Webhook. Okay, we are authenticated. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh. And our user is here. Email and username. Okay, awesome. It works. This is how webhooks work. You can do the same thing for the deleting user or updating. If it's user deleted, we'll just pass here the user ID. I will say delete, where the ID will be event_data.id. We can return a response. User deleted. I can do the same thing here. User created. It's that easy, guys. By the way, let's use our previous user again, because we have all the relationships here. So I'm gonna copy this, delete this user, and change this user ID. So it's gonna be the new one. Okay. I'm gonna refresh the page. We can see all the posts here. Right now, let's take care of the data mutation. So let's start with liking a post. When I click here, we are gonna send the like to the database, and also we are gonna increase this number. To do that, we are gonna be using Next.js server actions. But since we are using a database, when we send a like, it can take longer than expected. But I want to increase this number and change the color as soon as I click on this button. To do that, we are going to be using useOptimistic hook. But before, let's create our form and see how to mutate data. I'm going to open my interaction component. Let's close here and find the like here. Firstly, let's create here a form. And inside, we are going to need a submit button. It's going to include our SVG and this text. And let's move this class name here. Okay, it's exactly the same. And right now, when we click on this button, we are going to call our like action. So I will say action and like action. Let's create it here. Normally, you can directly create here the action file inside the source. create your action and call it here directly. But since we are using useOptimistic hook, firstly, I'm going to create here a function, and after that, we are going to add our like on the backend. So let's create our action. Firstly, I will say use server. That means everything inside this file will run on our server. So we can use Prisma here. So I will say export const like post. It's going to be an async function. We are going to get the post ID. And using our user ID, we are going to like this post. So we can use Clerk Auth here. Const user ID await. I will say if user ID doesn't exist, we are not going to do anything. Just return. If there is, we are going to like this post. But there is something important here. If we already like this post, like this one, instead of adding a new like, we are going to delete the existing one. And we are going to decrease this number. But if we didn't like before, we are going to add a new one. Const existing like await Prisma like table. I will say find first. And I'm going to write my condition. I will say the user ID should be our user ID here. And the post ID will be the post ID that will come from our component. And I'm going to write a condition. I'll say if there is existing like, that means we have already liked, so we can delete await Prisma like and delete, where the ID will be this existing like ID. If not, if it doesn't exist, we are going to add a new one. Create. Remember, we are going to add here the data object, and inside we are going to pass our user ID and the post ID. So let's use this server action here. After that, I'm going to show you how to use useOptimistic hook. We are going to pass here the post ID. As you can see, we don't have. Let's get this from the parent. I'll open the post. Here, I'm going to pass the post ID. Original post.id. Let's use it. It's going to be a number. And I'm going to pass it here. Let's import this action. Just like that. And let's see. I'm going to refresh my page. Let's try to like this post. I'm going to click and refresh my page. And as you can see, it's here. Post 5 by user 5. This is our ID. And this is the post we liked. Okay, it works. And if I click again and refresh the page, as you can see, it's gone. So our action works. So what we can do here, after calling our action, we can refetch our data, but we don't need to do that because we are going to be using useOptimistic hook. And let's see how to use it. I'll open the React documentation. Let's scroll down. This is how we are creating our optimistic state, the name of the state, and a function. We are going to pass here our initial state and update our state inside this function. Let's see the example and you are going to understand better. Let's see how it works first. I'm going to zoom in, by the way. Okay. And I will say test, send, and as you can see, it's sending. And after completing the backend operation, it shows here the actual data. To do that, we are going to add here our initial state that includes the messages at the beginning. It's an empty array. We are going to call here useOptimistic hook and the function name. So basically, we are going to take a message from our form, and when we click on this button, we are going to take all the previous messages, but we are going to add here a new one. So we will be able to see our message here immediately. Just like that. And after adding our data to database, we are going to update our actual state, and when it's updating, it's going to delete the optimistic state and show here the actual state. When we create, you are going to understand better. Firstly, I'm going to create my state. Let's say const state, set state, use state hook. It's going to be an object. Since we want to increase the likes count, I will say likes, and that will come from this count. Likes. And also, we are going to change the color of our button. When I click, it's going to be red, or if we already liked, when I click, it's going to be gray. So let's say is liked. Remember, it's here. We can directly use it. And let's create our optimistic hook. I will come here, const optimistic. Let's say count, add optimistic count. You can give any name you want. And I'm going to be using useOptimistic hook. And we are going to pass here our initial state here. And we are going to get the previous state here and the value. Remember, we pass here new message, but in our application, we can pass the type of the count because we have 3 types: repost, like, and save. Let's actually use them here also. So I'm going to add 4 more items here. Reposts, count.repost is reposted, saves. Actually, we are not going to show any number here. So we can directly say is saved. And right now we can take our type here. It can be like, repost, or save. If the type equals like, we are going to update our state, take all the previous values, but we are going to increase the number of likes. So I will say previous value plus 1. But remember, if we already liked, it should be -1. So I will cut this and write a condition here. I will say if previous is liked, it's going to be -1. If not, +1. And also we are going to change is liked. If it's true, it's going to be false. If it's false, it's going to be true. And I will do the same thing for the repost. If the type is repost, this time we are going to increase the repost number or decrease. Here is going to be is reposted. And I'm going to change here. And one more. If the type is save, we are not going to increase or decrease anything. We are just going to change here. Is saved. Okay, there's a problem here because if there is no type, we are just going to return the previous value. And that's all. So right now, instead of using these counts and all these values, we are going to be using our optimistic count. And nothing is going to change at the beginning because we are going to be using our state. So this is comments. I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to change here. Optimistic count dot is reposted. Just like that. I'm going to change here. Optimistic count is liked. And the like number. And here. Okay, we don't have anything else. I'm gonna save. And as you can see, nothing has changed. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, so right now, before calling our action, we are gonna be using our optimistic hook and increase this number and change the color. And after sending that to database, we are gonna update our actual state. So I'm gonna get this function, and here I'll say use optimistic count and pass here our type. It's going to be like. And after that, if everything is okay, we are going to set our actual state. We are going to get the previous object. And I will do exactly the same thing here. We are going to increase or decrease the number, and change is liked. So I'm going to paste it here. Of course, I'm going to return this. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to click. As you can see, as soon as I click on this button, it increases number. And if I refresh the page, it's still there. And this is what we want. Okay. This is how we use optimistic hook. So let's do exactly the same thing for the repost and save. I'm gonna copy this, create two more. Here is gonna be repost action and save action. I'm gonna change the type. And here, and here. Let's create our forms. Form, I'm going to create a button. Paste this class name here. Wrap my SVG and the text. And right here my action. Let's do the same thing for the save component. Let's say a button and a form and save action. Okay, everything is all right. So let's create our actions. We are going to do exactly the same thing. I will say repost. We are going to get the post ID. We are going to check the existing repost. I'll say post table, user ID and repost ID. If it exists, we are going to delete. If not, we are going to create a new one. Post create user ID and the repost ID. And what about here? I'll say save post, existing saved post. We are going to check the post table. User ID will be user ID and the post ID will be post ID. But of course, it's not the post table. It's going to be saved post table. And if it exists, we are going to delete the saved post. If not, we are going to create a new one. I'm going to save and let's see. We already reposted this. If I click, as you can see, it was 0, but it updated our state again. That means there is something wrong. That's because we didn't call our actions here. So it's going to be repost and save post. There's a mistake here. It's going to be reposts. And let's see. I'm going to refresh my page. As you can see, since we ran our like action, it increased this number. Let's try to repost this one. Okay, there is something wrong because I didn't change here. Reposts. Let's try again. I'm gonna click, and as you can see, it's green and the number is 2. If I refresh, it's still here. I can take it back. Let's refresh again. And awesome. What about save? I will click. As you can see, it's blue and gray. Okay, it works. This is how we use Next.js server actions and useOptimistic hook together. What about comments? Let's click here and let's try to add a new comment. By the way, I'm going to change this user image. Let's close everything here, open our comments. And instead of this avatar, we are going to be using the user image. To do that, we are going to be using useUser hook. useUser. That comes from Clerk Next.js. Let me show you. Here. And it's going to return is loaded, is signed in, and the user information. We are going to be using this information here. User.image URL. By the way, if we don't have the user, we don't have to see this form. So I will say if user exists. But there is a problem here. Since we are using image path here, it's not going to show our image because it's not inside the image kit library. By the way, there is a problem here because it should be a client component. We are going to be using our form, useActionState hook, and useUser hook. So it should be a client component. And as you can see, it's not visible. To prevent this, I'm going to update my image. And I'll say we can also take a source from another domains. So if there is a path, it's going to come from our image kit library. If not, it's going to be another domain. So let's use it here. And change here. Okay, right now we can create our action and send our post. To do that, we are going to be using useActionState hook. So if there is any error, we can show it here, and if it's successful, we can send a notification to that user. Let's make this a form. I want to show you how to use useActionState. It's really important because we will be able to see our error and success messages and also is pending state. So I will say const useActionState hook. And we are going to pass here our action. Let's create export const add comment async function. And let's use it here. And we are going to write here our initial state. As I said, we are going to get the success and error states. At the beginning, they are going to be false. let's call our action here. I will import. And we are going to pass here our state, which is this object, form action, and is pending. Right now, instead of calling our action directly here, we are going to call this form action. If it's pending, we are going to disable our button. And change our class name. If it's disabled, the cursor will be not allowed. And background will be, let's say, this gray color. It's not going to be white. And we can change here. I'll say if it's pending, we are going to write replying. If it's not, reply. And after this form, we can write our error text. So I will say if state error exists. I'm going to create here a span and something went wrong. I can change the class name. Its color will be red. Let's say 300, and I'm going to give some padding. There is a problem here and here that because in our action, we are not returning our state. When we click on our button, it's going to run our form action and it's going to send our state to this add comment function. And it's going to get this state, let's say previous state. Its type will be success, boolean, and error, boolean. And also we are going to get the form data because it includes our description here. And its type will be form data. And finally, we are going to create a new comment. To do that, we are going to need the user ID. We can use Clerk Auth. If there is no user ID, we are going to return an error. In this case, our state will be success false, error true. And after that, we are going to get our description input. To do that, inside our form, by the way, we have two forms here. So we don't have to use form here. Let's take it back. And I'm going to move this action here. Okay, nothing has changed. So inside this input, I'm going to give a name and it's going to be description. So using this name, we can get the value. I will just say const description form data dot get and the input name, which is description. But also we are going to need the post ID, but it's not going to be visible here. So I will come back, create a new input. It's going to be a number, name will be post ID, and I will say hidden and read only. So we are not going to see it, but its value will be the post ID. Let's take it. Post ID. Let's remember our schema again. When we create a new comment, we should add here the parent post ID. So we are going to be using this ID there. If you want to, you can validate your inputs. We just have one input here, but anyway, let me show you how to do that. To do that, we are going to be using zot, npm install zot. Let's import this here. Z from zot. And let's create our comment object. I'll say comment z.object, and we are going to pass here parent post ID, and its type should be a number, and we are going to have the description, and its type should be a string. If you want to, you can give here any limit, just like that. And let's verify our inputs using this comment object. To do that, I will say const validated fields comment save parse, and we are going to pass here the parent post ID that comes from our form data, and the description. Since they have the same name, we can leave it like that. And it's gonna verify our inputs. It has to be a number, it has to be a string, and less than 140. And if there's an error, validated fields.success doesn't exist. That means there's an error, so we can return our state. The success will be false, error will be true. And if everything is okay, finally we can add them to database. So I'll say try catch. Again, I'm gonna return this error and console log. And here, I will say await Prisma, the post table, create. We are gonna pass here our data, and it's gonna include all the fields inside this object. And also we are gonna pass our user ID. And if it's successful, we are gonna return a state. This time it's gonna be true, and this is gonna be false. In this case, we are not gonna see any error anymore because we are returning a state in any case. And finally, if everything is okay, we can refresh our post here and see our result here immediately. To do that, we are going to be using Next.js revalidate path. Before returning, I'll say revalidate path that comes from Next cache, and we are going to pass here our path, username, status, and the post ID. To do that, we are going to need also this username. So I will come back and use this post username. Remember, it comes from the parent. And again, I'm going to create an input. It's going to be a string. Name will be username. Value will be username. Let's take this. Username, and finally, we can validate our path. So I will say username, status, and the post ID. Let's see. I hope everything is alright. Test. I will reply. And as you can see, something is wrong. We can see our state. Okay, there is nothing here. That means there is something wrong with this validation. Let's write our console log. Error. The error of each fields. Let's see again. Okay, expected number, received string. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make sure that it's a number. By the way, here is gonna be data. So it's gonna return this object, and we are gonna destructure this and also add here our user ID. Let's try again. I'm gonna reply as you can see, our loading text was there. And after that, we are gonna see our comment here. By the way, it should be over this previous comment. Let's see our post status. And I will say order by. Actually, we have to use it here because we are fetching comments. And the created at date will be descending. Okay. Let's see again. Test 2. And perfect. It's that easy to use action states. So we can do exactly the same thing for the share component. Here, again, I'm gonna fix this avatar, and after I'm gonna create a form here, get the description and image, and send it to my server action. Let's open our share component. Paste it here. It's gonna be add post. And instead of this action, right now we can use the form action. We already have here the name. We also have our file, and I'm gonna change this image, by the way. Remember how we are doing this: const user that comes from use user hook. And I'm gonna use it here. Image URL. And of course it should be source. And let's create our action. I will just duplicate this. And it's gonna be add post. Again, we are gonna get our user ID. We'll get the description. We don't need this and this, but we are gonna need our file. If you remember, in the previous tutorial, we created an action. Oh, it's not here, I think. We have the actions file here. Anyway, we are not gonna need this. We are gonna write a new one. But if you remember, we get here our file, but also we are gonna need the image settings, because if you remember, let's fix this, by the way. I can close here and here and import this. And when we choose any image, we are able to edit. We can change the size, and we can use the sensitive boolean. So we should also get all these settings. Let's create them. After that, as we did in the previous tutorial, we are gonna upload our file, but this time we are gonna send it to our database. So I'm gonna scroll down. Its type will be a file. I'm gonna get 2 more items. The first one will be is sensitive. And here is gonna be the image type. Remember, it can be original, white, or square. Let's get them inside our form. We have the text input here, but I'm gonna add the other ones. Remember how we are doing this. I'll say input. The name will be image type. The value will be settings.type. Let's remember again. We have a state here, and that includes the image type and the sensitive boolean here. So we can pass them. Of course, it's going to be hidden and read only. And I'm going to create one more, and it's going to be is sensitive. and the value will be sensitive. It's going to be true. If not, it's going to be false. But remember, this is a text. On our backend, we are going to be using Boolean. Okay. Right now, I can come here and upload my file. But remember, we don't have to use any image or video. We can send only a text. So let's create here an upload function. And if there is a file, we can upload our files. If not, we are just going to send our text. So I will say const upload file async. We are going to get the file. And we are going to be using this upload function. But I'm going to transform this into a promise. If there is something wrong, we are going to reject our promise. If not, if everything is okay, it's going to return this result. And using that result, we are going to get the image URL and send it to database. So I'll say return new promise, resolve and reject. I'm going to paste it here. If there's an error, we are going to reject. If not, we are going to send this result. And we can write its type here. Let's see. As you can see, it's an upload response. Let's import. Let's fix here and import. And if you remember, we should use here a buffer. Let's remember again. We are going to transform our file into a buffer. And also, we are going to need here our transformation text. In any case, the width will be 600. If the image is square, the aspect ratio will be 1:1. If it's white, it's going to be 16:9. If you don't remember this part, just watch the previous tutorial. I'm just going to copy this, paste here, and instead of settings, we have here the image type. We can directly use it. Just like that. And right now, I will also change here. But actually, we don't need this metadata. We are going to store this in our database. So I will come here and create my post object. We are going to have here the description and is sensitive. It's going to be a Boolean, but it can be optional. It's not required. And let's validate. I'm going to send the description and is sensitive. But remember, it's a string. Let's transform this. Let's fix this warning. I'm just going to say a string. Again, if there's an error, we are going to send this state. If not, we are going to create our post. But before, if we have a file, we are going to upload. So let's say let image and video. We can also upload a video. And I will say if file.size, that means we have a file, so we can upload. So I will say const result upload response await and upload file. Let's add this here also. It's going to be a promise and upload response. And after that, I'm going to check if it's an image or not. If result and file type equals image, we are going to set this image and it's going to be result.file path. If not, it's going to be a video. But remember, we have a width. It's 600 in any case, but we don't know the height. If you want to, let's store this on our database also. So I will open my schema. And after this image, let's say image height. I'll say integer. Of course, it's going to be optional. And let's migrate. npx prisma migrate. I'm going to give a name and it's going to be add image height. Of course, migrate dev. Okay, I'll say npx prisma generate. So it's gonna reflect the changes on our Prisma client. And let's create one more variable here, and it's gonna be image height. And I will say 0. If there's an image, we are gonna use its height. Result.height. Finally, we can create our post. Validate fields, user ID. If there's an image, we are gonna send it here. We can just write it like that. Image height and video. And after that, we can revalidate our path on page, and that's all. Let's see. Let's check again. Form action, state is pending. Let's use them. I'm gonna find my button. It's gonna be disabled if it's pending. Let's change here. Not allowed. If it's pending, I'll say posting. If it's not, post. And we can show our error here. If state error exists, we are gonna write here a span and something went wrong. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna refresh my page. Let's say test post. I'm gonna send. Okay, we couldn't send a payload. Let's see our data. I'm gonna remove this for now, but we are gonna need to send a state. I'm gonna send. We see our state here because we are sending this. And let's open our console. Okay, everything is here, but it's probably our Prisma schema. Let's see our studio. Post. Okay, image height is here. Why this is happening? Let's delete this next folder and run our application again. Oh, it's here. Okay, it works. What about image? Let's see our post component first. I'm gonna close this terminal, and after our text, we have here the height, and I will say original post dot image height. If it doesn't exist, 600. Let's try to add an image. This one. I will say hello. It's gonna be square. Let's post. And it's here. But it's not square. Let's see our action. we have here the transformation 600. If it's square, it's gonna be 1 to 1. There's a space here. We shouldn't add here any space. Let's try again. I'm gonna refresh. Let's choose this one, square, and also let's say sensitive. I will say test with image. I'm gonna post, and it's here. Okay, this is square. Okay. By the way, if it's successful, we can reset our form. I will come here and create here a useEffect hook. I will say state, and if it's success, we are going to reset our form. To do that, we can use useRef hook, const formRef, useRef. Let's use it here. Let's say null at the beginning. And if it's successful, formRef.current.reset. Let's write our type actually. I will say HTML form element or null. And let's use if here. Okay. I will say test with reset. If I send, it's gonna reset my form. Okay, awesome. So let's take care of the following request. Let's open here any user. Remember, we don't follow this user. So when I click here, we are gonna follow. It's really easy. You already know how to do that. I'm gonna open my action. By the way, we can delete this file. We don't need this anymore. And right now, since we are going to do exactly the same thing, I'm just going to create a new action using like post, and it's going to be follow user. And we are going to pass target user ID. It's going to be a string. We are going to get the current user ID, and we are going to check if we already follow or not. The follow table, and the follower ID will be our user ID, and the following user ID will be this target user ID. And I will say if it exists, we are going to delete. Its ID will be existing follow.id. And if it's not, we are going to create a new one. And again, follower ID and the following ID. And that's all. Let's use it. Remember, we have the follow button. Of course, it's going to be use client. Again, we are going to be using useOptimistic hook. So I will say const state set state use state hook at the beginning. It's gonna be is followed. Let's create our action, follow action, and we are gonna call our optimistic hook first. Let's create optimistic follow and switch optimistic follow. Let's call our hook, and we are going to pass here our state, and we are going to take the previous and return the opposite of this previous. So if we already follow, it's going to be false. So we are going to unfollow. So let's use it here. and call our optimistic follow here. We are not going to pass any value. We can leave it empty. And I will say await follow user action. And we are going to pass here the user ID. And finally, if everything is okay, we can set our state. We are going to get the previous value and right here the opposite. Let's call this here. By the way, it's going to be a form, of course. The action will be form action. And that's all. As you can see, it's follow, but if I open user 2, for example, it's going to be unfollow. Let's click follow, and if I refresh the page, it's still here, and we can follow. Okay, awesome. So right now you know how to mutate data, how to use Next.js server actions, how to use optimistic hook, and use ActionState. Right now, let's take care of the notifications. When we write a comment, repost, or like, we are going to send a notification to owner of this post. Or if we follow, again, we are going to send a notification to this user. To do that, we are going to be using Socket.io. Let me explain how to use it. I will come here and let's say Socket.io. In our application, we have two main components, the server and the client. Let's say we want to get a real-time notification or a message. If you don't use any real-time communication solution, you have to make a request to server all the time to check if you have a new message. But doing this in every second is not efficient and it's actually quite expensive. To prevent this, we are going to create a socket connection between the server and the client. And whenever a user visits our website, they are going to be connected with a unique socket ID. And they are going to be connected until they leave the website. So instead of waiting for the request, Socket.io is going to send the message immediately. And since other users are also connected, we'll be able to send a notification or a message using their unique IDs. When we start creating, you are going to understand better. So I'm going to come here, close everything, and let's open the documentation. I'm going to zoom in. As you can see, you cannot use WebSockets with Vercel, but since we are going to deploy our application to a VPS, we don't need to worry. And when using Socket.io, basically we are going to create a server.js and we are going to run our application using this server. So it's going to both run our Socket server and also the Next.js server. Let's copy this. At the root of your project, create this file. Server.js. I'm going to paste my code. We are going to run our application on this port number. We are not going to change anything. And it's going to create our socket connection. Let's console log. I will say connected. And let's see what's inside. And after that, we are going to make some changes here. Instead of starting only the Next.js application, we are going to start our server.js. Let's open package.json. And here is going to be node server.js. And start is going to be node server.js again. And finally, we can use it on our Next.js application. Inside the source folder, we are going to create socket.js Let's open our menu, source folder. Of course, we are using TypeScript. Let's say TS. And we are going to initialize our socket just like that. Let's import this library. I'm going to open my console, npm install socket.io client, and also we are going to install socket.io for the backend. Basically, we are going to use socket.io for the backend server and socket.io client for the React application. And after that, let's create a component and paste this code, and after I'm going to explain. Inside components, socket.tsx, I'm going to paste this code. The component name will be socket. Okay, basically using this client component, we are going to connect to our socket server. So if we use this component on our homepage, for example, somewhere here, we are going to be always connected. So let's use it. I will open my left bar and use it somewhere here. And right now, we are going to run application again. Our server is ready. Let's refresh the page. I'll come back, and as you can see, it's connected. Let's actually see this object. By the way, there is something wrong with this username route. We are gonna fix that. Before, I'm gonna come here and let's say console dir. So we can see all the fields. I'm gonna refresh again. Our connection is here. And inside this object, we have here a unique ID. So each user will have a unique ID, and using this ID, we'll be able to send notifications to this specific user. But how we are going to do this? Before doing that, let's check our username page. As you can see, we are using params directly like that, but remember, if you are using dynamic route, it should be a promise just like that. So I will say promise, and we are going to get our username just like that. Let's say username, and we are going to use it here. Let's see if we are using that somewhere else. Okay. I'm gonna save and close them. And now I'm gonna create here a user array. Let's say online users. It's gonna be an empty array. And whenever a user connects to our server, we are gonna add it here. So let's create a function. I'll say add user. We are gonna get the socket ID and add this user to this online users array. But we are gonna need one more thing here, and it's gonna be the username. Because when we follow any user or like their post, we are gonna send a notification using the username of this user. And using that username, we are gonna find their socket ID, and using this ID, we'll be able to send notifications. Firstly, I'm going to check if this user already exists or not. I'll say online users. We'll try to find our user. Let's say user.socketID equal the socket ID. If they are equal, that means it's already inside this array. So we are not going to add this. If not, we are going to push this user to our array. So I will say online users array push username and socket ID. Let's console log. Username edit. And when we close our application, the user will be disconnected. In this case, we are going to remove this user. Let's create another function. Remove user. We are going to get this socket ID. And we are going to find this user and remove. So we can use filter. I will say online users will be the filtered version of online users. We are going to get the user, and user.socket ID should not be equal to this socket ID. Let's say console log user removed. And finally, when we click any of those buttons, we are going to find this user and its socket ID. To do that, I'm going to create one more function, and it's going to be getUser. We are going to pass the username, and using that name, we are going to find the socket ID. So I will say return online users dot find get all the users and try to find our user using this name. Okay, right now after the connection, we can directly add our user. To do that, we are going to be using socket.on. We are going to write here the event name, let's say new user. And we are going to pass here our listener. We are going to get the username and call our function, add user function. We are going to pass here our username and the socket ID. Remember, inside this socket, we have the ID and we are going to pass it. So as soon as we render our component, we are going to call this event. So let's open our component, and inside the connection function, I'll say socket.emit. I'm going to write the event name, remember, new user, and we are going to pass here our username. Let's get our user information. Remember, we are using a client component. So I will say const user and use user hook. And pass here user.username. Of course, we have to make sure that user exists. Just like that. In this case, our dependency will be this user. And after, if we close our application, we are going to be disconnected. In this case, we are going to remove our user. So I will say socket.on, and I'm going to write here one of the default event name, which is disconnect. And we are going to call our remove function. And we are going to pass here the ID, socket ID, and let's see. I'm going to run my application again. Let's open our home page. And it's here. Remember, this is our username, hello from Webhook, and it's added to online users. And if I close this page, as you can see, user removed. It works. Right now, we are going to create one more event, and using this socket, we are going to send notifications on different components. Let's open our application again. And let's test it with this like. Firstly, I'm going to create my event. Let's come here. I will close this console and menu. And let's create here one more event. Socket.on. The event name, send notification. And we are going to get the receiver username. And we are going to pass here our data. Basically, we are going to pass here what kind of notification we are sending, repost, like, or follow, or comment. And we are also going to add which user it comes from. Let's use them inside an object. And let's get the receiver. Remember, we have the getUser function, and we are passing here the username, receiver username. And after finding our user, we are going to send a private notification. To do that, we are going to be using io.to, and we should pass here the user socket ID. Remember, we have the user here, and inside this receiver, we have the socket ID. And I will say emit. This time, this user will get the notifications. So let's say get notification. And let's send here our data. I want to give here a unique ID because when we see our notifications, we'll be able to filter them. And to do that, we are going to need a unique ID. Let's create an ID library. npm install uuid. And let's call it here version 4 from uuid. Let's use it here. And we are going to pass all the data. Let's restart our application. And let's send a notification. I'll open my interaction component, and inside the like action, we can send our notification here. So I'm going to call socket.emit, and I'm going to write the event name, which is send notification. And we are going to pass our data. Remember, it includes receiver username, and it's going to be the username of this post. Let's get this from the parent. So I will say username, and it's going to be a string. Let's open our parent component, which is post, and the username will be original post.user.username. Okay, I can use it here. And let's pass here our data. Firstly, we are going to write our username. So let's say sender username, and it's going to be user.username. Let's call our user quickly. Const user use user hook. If it doesn't exist, we are just going to return. We'll not do anything. And after that, let's write our notification type. It's going to be like. And also, let's send the link of this notification. And it's going to be the post link. Remember, it's inside username, status, and the post ID. Okay, so when we click on this notification, we'll be redirected to this link. And let's get this notification. To do that, we are going to be using this component. Let's remember our left bar. I'm going to scroll up. As you can see, we are using this menu list, but right now, we don't need this list item anymore. Instead, we are going to create a notification component. And it's going to be a client component. And I'm going to use it here. We are going to send all the list items, but here, after the second item, we are going to show the notification component. So I'm going to write here the index number, and I will say If the index number equals 2, create here a div and call our notification component. Of course, we should wrap our application with a parent. Let's use React fragments here and call our component. Remember, if you are using a list, every item should have a unique key, and let's say custom item. Okay, it's here. Right now we can do exactly the same thing. We are going to show our icon and the text. So let's copy this link, paste here, but instead of link, I'm going to be using a div. Let's call our image. Here is going to be notification.svg. Let's leave it empty, and here is going to be notification. Let's say notifications. Okay. I will use cursor pointer. Okay, awesome. So right now, we can fetch our notifications using useEffect. So I will say useEffect hook. It's going to listen our notifications. To do that, we are going to be using socket.on and the event name, remember, get notification. And we are going to get the data, and we are going to create a list and show all our notifications. So I will say const notifications, set notifications. It's going to be a useState and empty array. Actually, let's create here a type. Notification type. The ID will be string, sender username, string. Remember, we have the notification type. It can be like, comment, repost, or follow. And we are going to have the notification link, and it's going to be a string. Okay, I can use it here. An array. And our data will be notification type also. And whenever we get a notification, we are going to add it to our state. So I will say set notifications, take all the previous notifications, use them, and add here the new one. So let's show them here. Firstly, I'm going to create here a parent div. Its class name will be relative because we are going to be using another div, and its position will be absolute. Let's give a position. Right will be full. I'm going to give some padding, rounded LG. Background will be white. Text will be black. All our items will be vertical. Let me close this menu. I will say flex column. Gap between each item will be 4, and the width will be maximum. And inside this div, let's say h1 tag, notifications. I'm going to give some style here quickly. Text gray. And after that, using a map, we can show our notifications. Take all the notifications and create here a div. I'll say pointer cursor and the unique key, which is notification ID. And inside, we are going to write a text. and it's gonna be like John Doe liked your post, John Doe reposted your post. So basically, firstly, we are gonna need the username. So I will say notification dot sender username. Let's give a space. After that, we are gonna check the notification type. If it equals like, I'll say liked. If it's not, let's check again. Repost. In this case, it's gonna be reposted. If not, we are gonna check again. It's gonna be comment. In this case, replied. And finally, if not, it's gonna be following, and I'll say followed you. Actually, let's say your post. Okay. As you can see, it's here, but at the beginning, it's not gonna be visible. Only when we click on this notification button, it's gonna be visible. So let's create one more use state. Const open set open. Use state at the beginning is gonna be false. And we are gonna see it only if it's open. And we are gonna open this when we click here. So I will say on click event, set open, take the previous value and write here the opposite. So if it's false, it's gonna be true. Just like that. Okay. Let's test. Remember, this is our post, but the username is John. But if you remember, we just tested our webhook. So our username is different here. Hello from webhook. Let's fix this. I will make this John again. I'm gonna refresh. Click here. And if I open my notification, you are gonna see that it's here. John liked your post. But there is something important. If I click again, it's gonna send this again. But if you already liked, we shouldn't send this notification. By the way, its Z index is bigger. I'll find the image. And let's say Z index -10. Okay. I can close here. And right now, I'm gonna write a condition. I will say if optimistic count is liked, actually, if it's not liked, we are gonna send this notification. If we already liked, we are just gonna remove our like, but we will not send any notification. Let's do the same thing for here. I'm gonna copy this, paste here, but this time the type will be repost. Let's say if no user, return. And here is gonna be is reposted. Let's try. And perfect. If I click again, as you can see, it's not sending anymore. This is what we want. And we can create here a button that we can read all the notifications. So I will come back here. And I'm gonna create a button, mark as read. I'll say on click. Let's say reset. And let's create this function here. I will say set notification. It's gonna be an empty array again. And I will say set open, and it's gonna be false again. And when we click on any notification here, we are gonna be redirected to notification link. By the way, let's change this background color. Background black, text will be white. I'm gonna give some padding. It's gonna be small, and rounded will be LG. Let's add our link. Actually, I'm gonna create one more function here. Let's say handle click. And here I will say on click event. Okay, so whenever we click on any notification here, firstly, we are going to delete that notification from the notifications array. Let's filter, filtered list, notifications dot filter. We are going to get all the items, and we are going to check the IDs. And it shouldn't be the same ID with this notification. Let's actually send our notification here. Its type will be notification type and notification.id. Let's set our notification, and it's going to be this filtered version. And after that, we are going to close our notifications. And finally, we are going to be redirected to notification link. To do that, we can use router hook. Use router hook that comes from Next navigation. And using this hook and its push method, we are going to be redirected to notification.link. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna like notification, and if I click here, it's gonna open my post. But there is something important. When I send a notification, we cannot see any number here. Let's create. It's gonna be inside our icon. So I'm gonna create here a div. It's gonna be relative. Wrap my image, and I'm gonna create one more div here, and it's gonna be position absolute. Let's give our position here right 4. I'm gonna give some width and height. Background will be icon blue. I'm gonna give some padding, and it's gonna be a circle. Let's center our item inside, align item center, justify content center, and the text will be small. And we are gonna write here the notification length. Okay, as you can see, it's 1. And I can delete it. And I will say if it's less than 1, don't show it. So I'm going to create here a condition. We are going to see our div if the notification.length is bigger than 0. Okay. Let's send again. And awesome. By the way, I can do the same thing for the comments. I will say z-index -10. Okay, awesome. So this is how we send notifications. And what about comments? When we write any comment and send, we are going to send a notification. So let's copy here, open our comments. And if you remember, we are using useActionState here, and we have the success state here. Using that state, we can send the notification. Again, I'm going to be using useEffect. And whenever it's successful, we are going to send our notification. So I will say if state is success, let's use if here. We are going to be using socket username, type will be comment. Again, it's going to be username status post ID because we are on the single post page. And we are going to write our other dependencies like username, username, and the post ID. Let's try. Test. I'm going to send. And as you can see, it's here. John replied to your post. It works. This is how you can send real-time notifications using WebSockets. By the way, let's get rid of this text. I will open my socket component. And I'm just going to return an empty span. Actually, let's use it somewhere here so we can see our user information here. So I'm going to move it before this user. Okay, so we finished our project. Before the deployment, let's make some changes. I'm going to close everything. Firstly, I want to fix our problems. The first one is our left menu. If you remember, we gave here a unique key, but the parent div is here. We cannot give different keys for different items. So I'm going to write here a div, and I will say if there is an item ID, use it. If not, use the index number. So we don't need this. And here, I'm going to save. Okay, nothing has changed, but we don't have any hydration problem. Let's see our other problems. To do that, I'm going to open my terminal, create a new one, and I will say npm run build. As you can see, it doesn't allow us to build our application because we have a problem. On the feed component, as you can see, there is a typing problem. Let's open our post component. And since our repost is optional, I will say this type or null. And we don't have any problem. But as you realize, our type is too long and it's hard to understand. To prevent this, I'm going to separate my types. Firstly, I will say type user summary. It's going to include the username, display name, and image. I'm going to actually copy this and paste here. I'm going to create another one, and it's going to be engagement. And it's going to include our count, likes, saves, because we are using exactly the same thing here. And after that, I can change my main type. Here is going to be user summary. And here is going to be post type and engagement. And again, we are going to have the user information. And also it can be empty. So I'm going to say null. And that's all. As you can see, it's much easier to understand and read. Let's check. We don't have any problem. And comments. Okay, there is no problem. We can do the same thing for our Prisma query. As you can see, we are using the same thing again and again. So let's separate this includes query, because remember, we are using exactly the same thing here. So I will say const post include query, and I'm gonna paste it here. So I don't need this anymore. I will just say this structure post include query, and I will do the same thing for repost. And that's right here, post include query. Let's see. Okay, there is no problem. We can see our posts. I can do the same thing on my route. I'm gonna move this user here and post include query. I'm gonna use it here and here. Okay, right now it's more readable. Let's build again and see our other problems. Okay, count doesn't exist on my post component because I forgot to add here engagement. As you remember, we have the actions from the previous tutorial. Let's delete that. I'll open my share component. We don't need this anymore. And it's building. Okay, it's ready. So right now we can deploy our application. Firstly, I'm gonna push my application to GitHub. Let's close everything, open our menu, and find here the git ignore file, and make sure that your env file is included here because we don't want to expose our secret keys. I created here a GitHub repository. Let's use it. I'll say git init. I'll add all my files. Git commit. Let's check our files. Okay, I'm gonna create my main branch. Let's connect to our repository and push everything. Of course, not master, main. Okay, right now we can connect to our server and pull our application from this repository. To do that, we are going to connect to our VPS. So I'm going to open my terminal and create a new SSH key. I'm going to paste this code. It's going to create a new key. I'm going to save. And I'm going to copy this key using this command. By the way, you can find them in the description below. You don't have to memorize anything. We just created an SSH key that will identify our computer. And if I define this here on my VPS, I will be able to connect. I'm gonna click here, SSH keys, and create a new one. Let's paste it here. Give it a name and save. After that, we can connect to our server using its IP address. I'm gonna copy this. Let's clear here. And I will say SSH root and the IP address. I'll say yes. And we are connected. Right now, I'm gonna create a new application using my cloud panel. I'm gonna open this panel. Write my username and password. Remember, we defined them in the beginning. And right now, I can create a new website. Our application is a Node.js application. So I'm going to choose this. write my domain. Before doing that, just add your server IP address to domain DNS. I don't know which domain provider you are using, but just open your domain settings, add a new DNS, and use your server IP address. Okay, our application runs on this port number, and our site username is LlamaX. We are going to be using this. I will create, and it's ready. Let's manage. Firstly, I'm going to install my SSL certificate. Let's click here and install. You have to add your IP again. I'm going to install. And it's ready. Let's create our database. Add a database. I'll say MyDB. Let's give a username and database password. Of course, it should be stronger, but it's just a test. I'm gonna add, and our database is running on this port number. Okay, everything is ready right now. So I'm gonna come back and I will say sudo su and the username. Remember, it was LlamaX. I'll open my root folder. Let's see what's inside. We are gonna open hddocs. And we are gonna find our website here. As you can see, it's inside this folder. So I will say cd and my folder. And here I'm gonna pull my application from GitHub. So I will say git clone and the repository name. I will enter. Let's see. I will open my application. Let's clear here. And all our files are here. Let's install our dependencies. And right now I'm going to create my env file. To do that, I will say nano.env file, and I will get my env variables. I will copy and paste, but this time our database will be different. Here is going to be our server IP address. This is our password, and remember, the username is Lama Dev, and the database name is MyDB. So we are not going to change here. And one more thing we are going to do, if you remember, on Clerk dashboard, we were using a webhook endpoint. But we are not going to use this anymore. I'm just going to create a new one. And this time we can write our domain here. x.lama.dev, API, webhooks, and Clerk. I'm going to choose my events, create, and get my secret key here. Let's change this. I'm gonna save, Ctrl X, Y, and enter. Right now we can build our application. To do that, I will say node env is gonna be production and npm run build. And it's ready. Let's start our application. Again, production, npm, and it's gonna be start. And it works. But of course, we don't have the database. So I will say npx prisma migrate, and this time I will say deploy because it's the production. Let's say npx prisma db seed. And let's run our application again. npm start. And let's delete our user here. And create a new one. By the way, For the production, you can create a new production instance and clone your development instance. After doing that, it's gonna run on the production mode. But anyway, it can stay. I will come here, open my website. As you can see, our application is here. Let's create an account. Test. Actually, let's directly use Google. It's gonna be easier. I will say user from production. And our application is here. Of course, there is no post. We'll not see anything here. Let's create a post. And perfect. Our database is working. If you want to, let's choose any image here. Square. And post. Okay. By the way, after posting, we reset our form, but we forgot to reset the file state. But anyway, it works. Let's try to like. As you can see, our notification is here. Our WebSocket is working. I'm gonna repost. Awesome. If I click here, it's gonna open my post page and it deletes my notification. And if I click here, it's gonna delete everything. Of course, we have some mistakes, like we can write here the username. If you remember, we are using the display name, but it's optional. You can write, if display name doesn't exist, use the username. And here, we forgot to change our user information. Just fetch your user and change the image and user information here. And there is less space here. You can fix that. But anyway, they are really small changes. If you watch this tutorial from beginning, I'm sure that you are gonna fix everything. And that's all. We finished our project. If you learned something new today, please like the video. Don't forget to follow Lama Dev social media accounts. You can support me by joining the channel. And that's all. I hope I'll see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.